quirks. The N64 and the Dreamcast 2 get a fresh compile with a hacker's view. Those DEC alphas still crunch the math, thanks to the folks who walk the path. Old Sun workstations under the stars, with open source they're still rock stars. We tinker and toil,
So, welcome everyone. Now because I didn't find my tab, I did run me desktop audio too long on YouTube. That gets a copyright match most likely for our own stuff. So, as you've seen the last weeks, I've price matched. Monday I purchased 1950X 3D, not 2 because I'm not that rich. Welcome everyone. I'm happy to report the CPU can be up to 20% faster over my 2-year-old 7950X 3D. We need to, the only thing is now I realized, now I'm shocked that with all the T2 embarrassingly parallel building, I did not even realize new CPU things. So multiple things. So this, I mean, that is also why I was holding off Zen 5 over Zen 4, rather a tick than a tock. With 3D, because previously I never had 3D cache, because when I got launch day stuff there was no 3D cache, and then 3D cache was not worth my upgrade. That is why I never had 3D cache. It's my first 3D V cache, also not a sponsored stuff. My company just thought I work here so much for free, they can also buy me a new CPU. Right, so that's still sponsored by Exacode. AMD marketing people is like, yeah, YOLO. I'm on sick leave. I kid you not. I wrote them on Monday. Auto reply. Sorry, I'm sick. I'm on sick leave. I cannot answer. Wonderful. I was sick too. So the good is the CPU is 20% faster, plus minus give or take. I mean, in some things it can probably be way faster with AVX 512 because it has twice wide 512-bit native AVX 512 code hardware, not code path, hardware path. So with AVX 512 heavy loads, it probably could be twice as fast, up to probably, most likely. The bad thing is we don't use AVX 512 much yet, really. The ugly thing is, holy shit, did code bloat come real, more real. We're doing significantly better, yes. I also slept, I fall asleep at 9 and stuff. Better yet, thank you very much. Still lemon tea, still a little bit warmish, but much more manageable than the last 2 days. So the code bloat is crazy. So he's also like, the thing is, I don't have perfect build times here to compare. This year was already a Ryzen R cool. So I a little bit curve optimized it a little bit more. That gained me 2 more seconds. So this was all 9950X 3D, and this here. So yeah, it builds a PowerPC kernel over 30 seconds faster. The thing is, with all my other build times, I don't have a before and after, because all my other builds usually was in parallel with other stuff. But this build probably wasn't fully parallel because we did PowerPC. That is why I'm comparing PowerPC, because we built PowerPC last, and so this was most likely with no other background load. And so if we 60 F5 stuff plus that, and now we have what? So this is the best ballpark estimate I can give you today. Also here you see that 1950X 3D. I should kinda censor this as AMD is not forthcoming with sponsorship. But let's see. I wrote them. Hey, I'm really open to put there some. By the way, I'm running 1950X 3D stuff. If you have a spare one, maybe they still send it to X2 eventually. So 1950X 3D, 20% faster, plus minus give or take. 20% faster. So this is the best ballpark estimate I can give you today. Also here you see that 1950X 3D. I should kinda censor this as AMD is not forthcoming with sponsorship. But let's see. I wrote them. Hey, I'm really open to put there some. By the way, I'm running 1950X 3D stuff. If you have a spare one, maybe they still send it to X2 eventually. defconf and proc. Do you have a defconf? I usually don't build that, and that compares pretty much apple and oranges too. I could do that exceptionally, as you asked nicely. Ah, man. I was clearly laying too long in bed. Wait, that is also the wrong kernel. 448. So the difference is I changed 448. Where's my 4? Yes, totally scientific. 448. So that is best case. Best case 15-ish% faster. I mean, okay, that's actually not best case. So it's 15%. That is also why previously, for 2 years, I was not that thrilled. I don't remember that precisely, but I always said for 2 years, I said, TikTok is not enough for me. Give me at least 25% stuff or it's not worth my money. Are you going to wipe code now? No, I'm not going to wipe code, but we need to clickbait. But now we could wipe code more. Especially if we plug in more memory into this. Yeah, this is exactly why now I remember why I didn't buy 1950X before with 3D vcache, and now it's cheap. I purchased it at the current minimum. Exceptionally, I could do you. I'm not really. I mean, actually, maybe that would be benchmark. I could do this git thing here. AI code, things of AI codes, that's amazing. You want it in the I mean, so this will not be best performance, like best performance would be git best performance would be in TabFS. What made you buy it? That everything becomes more bloated. So the ugly is what made me buy it, because I really need more performance and I have spare memory and I need to survive here. Also, like, you never know what Trump does tomorrow, and Monday the price was a kinda all-time low and I got it for the most affordable. What made me buy it is that we built T2 more, and what made me buy it is like waiting for builds. Like all the last days, reflecting of my day, I was too often, like usually I heavily multitask, and I catched myself live on stream too often waiting for builds. It's like come on, build. Yeah, is it amazing? No, but hey, we did not buy a new board. We didn't that's the beauty of not being in the Apple ecosystem. And not being in the Intel ecosystem, where every CPU needs a new board with a new socket. That is the beauty of just being able to just swap the CPU and have everything the same. Yeah, waiting for builds made me waited. And I can tell you the ugly already. The ugly of all of this is I did not realize how bloated stuff became the last month. Because I always thought, so the reason I overlooked this is because we implemented parallel build, and so with parallel build, first of all, the build times were not comparable anymore because you build Firefox and Thunderbird in parallel and stuff. So naturally it took twice as long, right? And so because of the embarrassingly uber parallel T2 building, I did not realize how bloated stuff became, like llvm, Clang, or Rust, or even Firefox itself. Because I thought, and I said on the conference, my Ryzen builds Firefox in 10 minutes or so, or whatever I said, or 11. I did totally not catch that recently. Is that even the right build? Yeah, recently, why do we have so many builds? Because we upgraded this. Okay, so this was in parallel, here were upgrades. And then it probably built in 18 minutes or 18 to 20, depending on the load or whatever. So the new one, so the ugly is, I thought I built Firefox in 10 minutes, which I did like a year ago, or like 11 minutes. I did totally not realize that in 1 year the bloat became so excessive that my build time of Firefox increased from 11 to like 18 plus minutes here, 90 minutes or whatever. So that is an up. So we now build at least in 1510 or whatnot here. Maybe we could catch 15. We could kind of try that. I could first build you the dev config. Yeah, is it amazing? No. Is it? I mean, it's cheaper than buying an Apple Studio thing, and I hate giving Apple 6,000 euro. I mean, either I spend 600 minus VAT, so I paid 565 minus VAT, so my company effectively pays something around 500 whatnot, 490 or whatnot. And yeah, do I spend 500 for a CPU upgrade, or do I spend 6,000 for an Apple Studio thing, right? That where I need to reverse engineer my own, and like that's so bridging the time until 10.6, and maybe I should make some proper video. I need to learn and find more time to make a proper edited YouTube video to have you more gain. Make it clean, yes. I can pull I can dev config you the what? I always forget here. Why does git pull not? You're not currently on a branch. Please specify. What? Why is this so strange? Could also. Why is this always so strange? Linus Torvalds doesn't Phoenix, sorry to mention, review benchmarks with compile time on CPUs. Yeah, but his benchmarks are totally random. What do you mean, get the Threadripper, they are super affordable? Are you kidding me? The Phoronix benchmarks are mostly worthless to me, like literally Gamers Nexus. I was thinking I start to hate Phoenix for Moronix. Like the site is so garbage. Independently of that, they refuse to publish news about this. I mean, the site, I literally have no time in my life left, like literally none. The site is so ridiculous that I started my own news feed here, which granted I totally have no time for. But I'm at the verge of like, I should do a new startup and make a like, we need a Linux nexus of like 2026, and Gamers Nexus reporting is literally 2 orders of magnitudes more serious and better than this phonetics site there. By the way, I have a meeting soon. As soon as okay, so in 40 minutes we need to make a break. Why is this so strange? Okay, YOLO. That is whatever happened with this git shit again. This is 7.1. So you're saying dev config? Does that do a dev config? Maybe. Which one did you want? You wanted a... That's what you just VM Linux, or what of this did you want? Dev config and proc. I mean, the last compression thing is... So what do you mean with Threadripper super affordable? I mean, we have some background load of btop maybe. Here btopping. So that is undervolted. So the other good thing is it undervolts as much and curve optimizes as much as my 7950X did. So that's currently curve undervolt 85 millivolt offset for better boosting. That is similar of what my 7950X could do. We forgot to time it, but that was fast. That the problem is now we are, you know what, let's wait shortly. I only got a new CPU. I'm such kind of generation, like I grew up with swapping 3 and 46 CPUs. I just swapped the CPU. I literally, CPU. Who buys a CPU? I buy components. I'm a component. Happy to hear that, but 3990X things is also pretty yester generation, right? Is it even still faster with all the generational uplift things compared to this? So I'm more for efficiency and peak single-threaded peak performance. So likely many of my workloads are likely way faster on 1950X 3D, baby. I tested this when Wendell from Level 1 Tech gave me access to his 256 core or whatnot, $11,000 CPU in this $20,000 server. Where literally most things on an EPYC, like most things on an EPYC server were literally slower. Oh, here we have, that is not really what this is a kind of wrong time. I wanted another wrong time. We continue shooting ourselves into the foot here with this is bin time versus shell built-in time. Let's just cool this down a little bit. Let's cue the benchmark a little bit for letting it cool down a bit. Although this should not even help that much because that's liquid cooled and the radiators. The nice if everything should decrease time, because the last time I checked, the nice changed scheduling behavior, but I should probably check. Theoretically, nice background task 20 years ago could actually longer time slices because not real-time performance. Theoretically, that should like once upon a time it increased such performance. But given the Linux kernel, given the ever-changing Linux kernel, I did not review this in 15 years. They might have changed this 100 times and it doesn't do that anymore. But so is this finally a human readable time thing and not like page folds? Probably things. So that's 51 and some odd seconds. If that is, what do you get? So the only thing is because I don't have a spare board, I cannot do A-B comparisons now because I have only one aim. I'm so cheap that is only my, hey, I might look like a big company, but I run a big company on cheap. I have only one AM5 board and that is it, and that is only my second AM5 CPU. And that is it. So I can currently not run them in parallel for benchmarking. That is also why I'm not, if I make a YouTube video, your 59 is like 52-ish. Yeah, it's totally apples and whatnot. That of course depends compiler and things, like maybe if a way older compiler and so on and so forth. It is basically a pointless comparison. That is why I only compare that. So rate my thermal compound application. That and by the way, that is not a paid advertisement. These are thermal grizzly offset mounting brackets, right? That is where the 1750X was off-centered, and that's a new one. So that is the thing. How's my thermal compound application? Is everyone happy? By the way, like 2 years later, the thermal compound was pretty hardish after 2 years, but I think I recently heard somewhere that thermal grizzly whatever Kuronoto thing of whatnot I used dries out quickly. However, I don't think drying thermal compound is really that much of a deal because it should fill the microscopic gaps, right? And even if it's dry, so I'm not really like repasting super old stuff. I'm not really the super most sure because the molecules fill the space between them, right? So unless you move them and you have new air gap, yeah. Anyway, so 99, yeah, only 9950 X3D, not 2. You need to share, like, and subscribe more. I need to get AMD marketing. By the way, did I post that here? By the way, we had OpenBSD, but by the way, it does. I had a friends link for that. Okay, let's get stuff done. Yeah, so the ugly is the ugly is testing that made me realize how bloody bloated everything became. That is the next thing. We probably need to establish some phonemics like testing. Maybe I should dedicate resources of weekly T2 build testing something to have a performance graph, because I don't even know when Firefox, like, I mean, binutil still builds okay, but like Firefox is, the question is now what became so slow, like latest llvm clang. I mean, maybe, huh? I mean, maybe just the new clang is just so slow, which is a possibility. What did I want? I wanted here, I think probably, did I post? I usually post. Excuse me. Somewhere here must be medium. The irony is now that I have that, my builds are done. I had somewhere wanted to post the webcam error one. It only depends on the heat rating of the existing thermal. If you want a better heat rating, paste. That is an interesting sword indeed. Good point, yes. Unfortunately, where is my chaos social? Here. Because then here is the friends link. That probably should give you free access to that article. Yeah, that's a good sword, but that's basically you basically confirming as no, you can see that in full. And most links I paste for free. Just sometimes I randomly enable non-free things and paste friend links on the socials to encourage people to subscribe somewhere. So the good thing, yeah, the builds are done. Also, like for me, I'm not the super greatest fan of this asymmetric cache thing, but given the other is too expensive for me. By the way, let's do one last performance test here. Let's Firefox. I also thought for many of my use cases, the single 3D, the 3D one might be enough, because like often my build time here is limited of Firefox 6 minutes LTO linking or similar such things. So when I need the extra performance most, which is when modern bloated stuff runs ridiculously long, single-threadedly long, then I would hope the Linux kernel keeps us on those preferred cores, hopefully. So that, I mean, there's no way a poor open source developer, even with the companies, sheds out nearly €300 more. 300, yeah, was it nearly? And at least 250. Yeah. So yeah, that build time is off. Okay, let's apply some patches, of course, on another system while we wait for the last performance data. And yeah, the AI fight over big bug bounties continues. It's ridiculous. Oops. Everything like, if this is the future is worse than I thought. I thought I can just live my life happy here, but I did not expect that even my small little unsuccessful, not newsworthy project is here attacked by the clone AI bot clone wars. Random vibe people really think they can get rich with 10 or whatever. Like, they fight here like AI. The AI stuff fights over 10 freaking euro bounties. You cannot make this stuff up. I closed already Multipler. Like, that is now the third. I used like the third random AI bot that wants this. Yeah, I mean, I guess this stuff is auto-posting, right? I'm not sure if a human does it. I wonder if this is fully automated. And like one I just closed as hell no. Like, no, the two I closed with hell no, you're doing it wrong. And like this one, it's like, I mean, I'm starting to feel like an AI babysitter. I mean, in the meantime, I start to just troll the AI. Like, oof, that's really excessive. You probably buggy tested. I mean, surely not tested. I mean, once they also like, I'm on macOS or whatnot. Like, one was on Windows and one was on macOS. Like, sorry, can't test. It's like, dude, why do you even bother? It's ridiculous. The thing is, without testing, it will not work. The first two things I closed that just did FLTO large, what is it called? This bloated LTO, this hybrid, this large, big. That's not what, like, this will significantly decrease build time and linking and stuff of all the big normal build packages. Even this, I mean, this, I will eat a head. Like, I will read a redneck engineering head if even that here works. Even this core stuff, even this we will not just commit. I just did not close it immediately. I just didn't close it immediately to further babysit this AI bot and like waste their money. Something of that sort. Yeah, the thing is why initially I even had it a bigger bounty. Initially I did maybe 25. I only recently decreased it to 10 just because like the AI bots fight about this. Like, doing this really nicely. I mean, something like that I actually had in mind, like what they do here. Like, that's actually what I said. No LTO, relocated, whatnot. But that needs to be tested. I have no idea. Like, something of that I had in mind. Something similar. I do an exact image for probably 15 years. But that needs to be tested. I have no idea if that would even work. And if I have no idea if it would work, it will probably not work. Just add, you have to provide. You would just close them. Yeah, the thing is, I closed the garbage. Like, that even has at least some lines that could potentially be usable, and I did this already. Anyway. Okay, so that build is building. Alright, we wanted to deploy patches. We also need to release. For release, we actually need to test. We increasingly need to... Hear me out. So first of all, we obviously need to test, because the problem is... So the irony is, last year I tested more. This year I'm so overworked that I have no motivation to test boot random PowerPC things. I would always hope our previous randomly test boots would be enough, but given how much even we changed, there will probably be often things that do not just fully work. I mean, I did test HPPA 64 full desktop thing a month ago. But hear me out. What we probably... Yesterday I said we probably should do more the quirks updates. Like not fine-grained packages, but quirks weekly layers. But there is one benefit of actually providing fine-grained packages. Maybe we should do this independently, because if we would, like, maybe I should set up auto building for all the major architectures, like all the 38, like now that I have a 20% faster CPU again. Maybe we should auto publish all the builds and implement, even for classic T2, some binary package things. Because it has one major benefit, or it actually has two major benefits. The first major benefit is the builds are more tested. Currently, we build stuff, people install it on ZDEC Alpha or Titanium, and then they don't receive our updates. They might build their own stuff and sometimes break the system. Unfortunately, we need to get significantly better with that. So if we would publish those, our build would be continuously be more tested, and not like on 6 weeks later, one major build, everything different. And the second thing is, even people like other distribution people might cherry pick their stuff. Because like stuff more newer, more working, more Mesa, more Power VR. We do our own, like we do not have more CI, because like running T2 nearly alone is already a full-time job, and I'm already stretching my resources. Did I mention I asked to share, like, and subscribe? But you already remember. That is amazing. We need more CI. Yeah, we probably cannot misuse GitHub CI as much. I probably should hang some solar panels somewhere and energy efficiently auto build that somewhere. So I guess the build is done. We talked. Wait, what? Which build is that even? Wait, I diff some done. Wait, what? Huh? What did it build? What? Why is your... Wait, oh, this was running in the background. Oh, that's not ideal. I think this was PowerPC running in the background. That's of course totally not ideal for whatever. Why did this... What have I even done here? I know, I just confused your shit. I was just stupid. Oops, I just killed it. Or wait, did I even kill it, or is it still running? Given the T2 background stuff, it might still be running. Yes, no, maybe. Oh, maybe not, because maybe build target in single job mode doesn't background schedule it. Okay, we also need to fix the other thing. Okay, that was very clever, killing my controlling only I would. Extension cord, yeah, unfortunately that is far away. Maybe I put server there under their solar panels. Wait, oh, this is 2. Okay, wait, okay, meeting is still some minutes unless I don't mix. You're still laughing at the other one, yeah, amazing, right? Maybe we should. Okay, given I commented that stupid anyway, let me. We could troll the AI a little bit more before we play the patches. I mean, this is just theater. It's this, like, if this continues like this, I mean, eventually it will get a little bit better, but what if these LLMs are as many experts and I say such a dead end that this will not really improve? Oh, man. Why that not link? You really need to click on making this a link. What year of web development is that? I really need to manually make it a link. The future. Wait, what? Oh, darn. Oh, there, indeed. Oh, would it without that auto? What's this auto link without typo? Oh, it does. Okay, amazing. You all so good at proofreading, so patches. Yeah, we need that everyone comes out with their K3 benchmarks now. It's like, yeah, we need just working images. If it's not fully just installable. Wanted to write, I think it should, but does it really? And can also check it. We have so much to do and decide and stuff. For example, how do we better support other platforms? Do we try to ship dual sys5 init? The thing is, I don't want to double the builds, and that would also lead to excessive confusion. But the question is, of course, will it technically work okay? I mean, I would think it should. So if you wanted to say, so that there's this new level 1 tech graph thing, which, I mean, yeah, the super hyped thing, right, is Mystic Voyeur here. Why not wipe coding? We're fixing the wipe code here. Yeah, the super hyped Simon thing here, not the super most hyped. But yeah. We have good vibes while coding, yeah. Yeah, this is a basic AIO. That's a NZXT Kraken, whatever. That's also undervolted and curve optimized. I did the same, so it's 85 millivolt undervolted, offset undervolted, and minus 10-ish. So far as an initial test. Yeah, and this kind of stuff is why, like, this embarrassingly long single thread linking now is why I don't have a Threadripper. Because now do we have here we have frequencies. Okay, it's running on that one. So yeah, it's boosting 5.7. As undervolted and liquid cooled. And that is why EPYC and Threadripping is usually slower for this embarrassingly single thread things. It's running actually on basically on a wrong core. Yeah, Linux scheduling is still not amazing. This core, I don't know, because like only cores 0 to 7 have X3D cache. But the Linux preferred core handling never fully worked for me. That's too difficult, need to write new kernel. Okay, let's apply patches. And then we need more follower power to... Okay, this here I need to review. Yeah, what? Yeah, patches? You guys always need to write what precisely you... What do we do? Def and UUID things? Oof. What's that? New package? Brand new package? Display and control. Mirrors, video and audio. Allows control. Interesting, need some... I wanted to do this on the ARM, but maybe I test build it just for good measure. No, that's still building. So yeah, Linux kernel scheduling sucks. It runs this on a not preferred core. That is one without 3dv cache. Yay! Well done, Linus. I don't know what your lead title hobby Linux Foundation like. Imagine what amazing kernel you could write if you not constantly would break everything. This never worked. Like even for my 1750X, this is preferred cores for preferred frequencies for better boosting. Like even that did never work. I even had communications with those AMD. I even once fixed something there. I don't even whatever. I think once I've sent a patch upstream. Oh wait, what's the time I have a meeting? Oh yeah, 12 minutes. If this time is right, sometimes I should actually check. Yeah. Mostly right. So yeah, this is ridiculous. I mean, unless it's probably the preferred core scheduling only would be nice if worked on it. Yeah, 3 years later, right? I mean, they were working on it, but I also don't understand. Like maybe that's happening. Maybe that is what when you work with outsourced cheapest developers from the other end of the world and then additionally wipe code it, and then like 3 years later nothing is done. I thought there is some preferred core handling, but it never really worked reliably for me. Especially, I mean, maybe it works like this. I mean, maybe it works, but sucks. Because maybe at the moment the kernel schedules it there, it was the last free core, and it doesn't reschedule that. I don't know. I would need to write my own scheduler. I looked into the scheduler code and it's nearly unreadable to me. That is, by the way, a lot of things in Linux kernel. It's like, holy shit, like who wants to read and debug that? Especially the scheduler with like dozens of different code passes with config options and shit. This here I would need to count. I don't know if that is a preferred core. So that's 8 here and then 8 second. No, this is again not a preferred core. I'm pretty sure it isn't. I think the thread siblings start here, 16.2, and that's the thread siblings of there. Yeah. Linux kernel things, they have million dollar foundations that cannot fix shit. But now they want Rust developers, right? Now they want Rust developers. What do you have? Init RT things? What's that? Ini what? Init at node exporter thing. Probably fine. Yeah, that is where EPYC sucks. Like if I would have an EPYC server that like this embarrassingly long single thread shit here, like that would run 2-3 times as long on an EPYC server. AMD 3 vcache. Oh. Okay, fair enough, but it did already, the preferred core handling did already not work reliably before. Oh, that's a module. What does that do? That can be module? What does it do? Type mismatch requires. Maybe that. Also diagnostics, right? Is it used now? Is it not? I have no idea. Probably not. Yeah, Linux kernel difficult, right? Thanks goodness they have all the support of the industry they could ever need to make everything amazing. Okay, these were the 2 patches you say. Okay, you do an example init script. Okay, what we at T2 usually do is we have our own init scripts, right? to match our style and things. So instead of patching that, you should have a T2 specific kinder. Okay, 15 stuff. After I killed it first because I was stupid. Hey, oh wait, this is probably the wrong. Here. Another, okay, that's as fast as the previous run. Okay, yeah, some thermal headroom and stuff and things, but yeah, okay. This was the first, then more undervolting and stuff, more undervolting, but yeah, such long build. Sometimes, yeah, background load and things, and boosting, and yeah, and scheduling it to the, like, randomly scheduling to the not 3dv cache. Mostly better, yes. Thank you so much. Okay, so I have a meeting soon. Why is this not auto-loading? Also, the old T2 system on new systems, it might be vastly different. User KDE plus mertect. Do I have that in the text of the, you mean text in our YouTube? I mean, in general, we are working on releasing the next big T2 desktop release. I usually don't update the live stream text before each live stream because I'm so busy. Do I have T2 in there? Doesn't even load. Plasma text. Yeah, sorry. We could check what this module does. No, I'm not web coding. This is in parents. For faster coding. And theoretically faster web coding if we web code, but we don't. Will this just build, or how many dependencies does this need? Was it that one here? It was this one. Curious if this builds. I also saw at least 2 white space things. It is just not teaching. I mean, so far the Ryzen did not yet crash despite my relatively... So usually when I get something new, I'm not undervolting and stuff it's that much. That is only, I wanted, like, initially the first boot was without undervolting. And so only today was the first day where I relatively quickly is like, oh, this works, okay, then as much as previously. So this is the 5th reboot. I nearly never... Why do we use Subversion? Because Git was not invented when we started. And we have a gazillion other things to do. Let me tune into a meeting and see you soon here. I let this running for engagement. I will probably type and test stuff while I'm in the meeting. And just like that, another successful meeting survived. Man, what do big companies do to get anything done with all the meetings? How many meetings do you attend, and how do you rate their efficiency? So I did light typing here. What's going on here in just some random. Okay, as you've seen, maybe the news kernel builds 20% faster, which the too many meetings, not great efficiency. Okay, thank goodness I only attend some meetings. Why weird form? Looking for a new one. So I use mostly the Nothing phone, and I don't buy them that often, so it's Nothing Phone 2 or stuff. Mostly, yeah, I like the design and all the big vendors. And it's probably maybe not the super open choice, but however, I heard from post-market OS developers that my previous phone that I gave to my girl, the first Nothing phone, supposedly is nearly fully supported by post-market OS. With phones, I have an absolute hate relationship with all the big name vendors. I don't even know what basically tell me. I need to know. I would kinda use it for another 5 years or whatnot, but given that I soon don't get security updates anymore, I probably have to T2 install that then, huh? Yeah, it's difficult. We are so, like, with all the freedom and open, we are so trapped in this Android ecosystem. Google Lock, it's by name at least one thing I learned from it. Yeah, but most meetings are also like organizatorial things. We will send AI agents to the meeting. Yeah, AI in the future. Yeah, that's a good use of AI. AI things can take over meetings, and then they can have pure AI meetings. So neighboring kids, Karen's neighbors' kids are playing electric piano. You probably hear this at -60 dB. Nothing looks nice as well. Looking Google Pixel button. The thing is, I nearly never liked the look of the Google Pixels, and I once tested the Google Pixels like 10 years after Android was the thing, and for 10 years I ignored Android because I hated Google just misusing open source again, kinda. I purchased the Google, what was the thing? This was Nexus. Not the greatest choice, but so hear me out. Like, this was a flagship thing 10 years ago. And so this was, for me, the first halfway decently usable. Oh, it was 5, I think. Oh, it was Nexus 5. And so the camera was garbage. And although I like plastic, although I like in theory plastic cases, the back became totally sticky, especially after 2 years. And also from the first day it felt cheap. I mean, yeah, now Google makes Nexus, but yeah, I wanted to test this Android for that was cheap enough. I still have it here for we probably should install it to Linux, but that's, I mean, what had Apple at that time? I don't know. What would this be? What year? But yeah, the thing is, I don't even like most I don't even like most Google designs, especially the last years. They look complete shit. You should also kind of not buy a phone by the look. In my opinion, most of those Google phones look like complete garbage. I don't know where, like, yeah, maybe that happens when you design your phone with AI, like AI design. They are not attractive to me. Like, they look so strangely garbage. It's ridiculous. That's like when you fire the design team and the CEO orders something in China. I don't know. What else do you? What you buying? Brand phone. What about buying any brand phone and installing graph? Yeah, the thing is that they are also incompatible. You cannot do. You can only do this with a very limited amount of phones. And which bloat? The Android phones. I would not call it. I would not buy it due to bloat. The Nothing phone also doesn't really have, I think, much bloat except the Nothing customizations. Which are not even half bad, but just brought the latest Pixel and installed Graphene on them. Yeah, I just don't think you can do this with every phone, right? Like, because due to all the drivers and stuff, unless Graphene OS has some driver takeover, user space takeover things. Anyway, yeah, basically ungoogle your Google, yeah. What was your... yeah, I would be surprised if it works with all phones, so be careful what you buy. Yeah, obviously don't buy it by the looks, but it also shouldn't look complete garbage. Also, I'm in a mood of not giving Apple and Google or Microsoft any more money. Like, if I buy something, then at least some halfway decent, medium-sized and startup stuff, or... I think there is some new llvm clang release. Amazing. Or not. Was there not ML? Oh wait. Did this wrong. Don't even know my own check version groups anymore. Yeah, only Pixel fonts I think you can put Graphene on. Yeah, you need to be... The one is in production. What do you mean production? That's in 6 months, you mean? Or what precisely do you mean with your cryptic message? Okay, so what did we wanted to do? So now we have a faster system and don't need it anymore. Well done, well done. Purchased new processor after all builds. Firefox is cool though, right? We have that already. Cool for what? For T2 Linux? Did you download T2 Linux and use the latest image already? This is... The crazy thing is, like, I have a relatively fast ARM X1 Elite system here, but the more you upgrade your Ryzen, the faster, the slower this ARM system feels, man. But yeah, I should save the environment. I should help save the environment and not leave this energy-hungry Ryzen running too. You're still on GCC 14.2. On T2 Linux. Here, what we should do for T2 commits look better, we should sort that so that in the Git overview you just upgrade what you need. That's very sensible. But on T2 Linux? Which, I mean, given the bloat here, like, obviously if you update your compiler, then everything will compile slower. I just learned this. I just remembered the hard, expensive way. Why does this check some merge error? Okay, otherwise... Okay, what's Godot? It's like... Not even... testing this here. I mean, I could test build this stability test build this on my new Ryzen, but I also don't need to waste this electricity. What is OpenVINO? Oh, that's quite some stuff. Okay, never mind. I have no even idea what precisely this was. Untested. And welcome trap. I should somehow find a style. But the thing is, even like to publish like such things like, hey, upgraded to 9950X3D, other findings. The only thing is I don't have reproducibly A/B testing here with only one board, and so it's basically plus minus give or take, and I don't even really have an AVIX Software 12 workload. Probably I should in the future. The only thing is it's just so much more work, right? Could even build an ARM. Yay. Okay, Yola phones. Yeah, the Yola phones are also underwhelming. Fair shout out EU and stuff, but also always. First of all, I don't like the design at all. I don't get this design. This design doesn't click. This design does nothing. I don't know why they design like that. Are this ex-Nokia people? This has Nokia Windows Phone vibes. But whatever. Did I commit this other thing even? I think I pulled it in somewhere and maybe didn't commit this. No, definitely not here. Oh, there, did I? Oh yeah, I committed this without much review. Let's hope it's fine, huh? Hope it's fine. So, applied. Was that all? It just looks like S23 Ultra Temu version knockoff product, in other words. Was the S, which one, the Yola? S23 Ultra? Was this curved like this? I have no idea. I actually had a Samsung phone once for testing that was actually the S10e. Is this rounded like this? I have no idea. Okay, so did we do most other? The question is how complete are my builds now after all this back and forth? 26, 5. How many would that be? Quite some extra excessive ones. Did I even rsync all those yet? So we want to release, right? Theoretically, yeah, it needs a little bit more testing. Nothing for a Pro looks thick actually, yeah. Nothing phone don't bring you much with openness, but at least they are pretty nice design. Actually, theoretically, they claim headquarter in UK, and they are pretty quality. I think mostly for nothing things, you get pretty much bang for your buck. It's, I would say. So what did we upload here? We should do this a little bit more reproducible. PowerPC we didn't have there yet. Do we have? Actually, most of them we don't have there yet. We even have there some random 26.5 desktop thing to need to delete. For basic stuff. Yeah, me kinda too. Which, I mean, the one thing that pisses me really off with the Nothing 2, I believe I have, is that they don't support the Android virtualization extensions that came with Android 16, the terminal, Linux terminal thing, because is it Qualcomm? Is it using the shit G-Tra, whatnot? Hyper microkernel. Where would this be here? Somewhere in about my phone. Processor Qualcomm Snapdragon 8 Plus Gen 1. So that's probably the reason they cannot easily support virtualization extension, I guess. But then it's 2 years old now, something of that sort, and you know how it is. But that's also the thing with the companies just YOLOing each year stuff together, and then there is no real long-term support because every SoC is different. Maybe that's supported with the latest phones, but maybe is that an Android requirement? Like if they ship with Android 16, then they need to support that? But I'm not that much familiar with that Android details. AI, they have AI processors, they have the stupid, yeah, of course they also had to look, mom, T2 Firefox can play advertisement videos. People say that's not the most comfortable, or like some reviewers, not people, some reviewers say that's not the most comfortable headphone. It looks cool, I mean I don't need one. I like the cyberpunk and inside out look here, although that's only skin deep, but nonetheless I appreciate the effort. What do they have here for? I mean, that's kind of a little bit too much for me too. I mean, I'm kind of liking more this more minimal stuff here. That's really much as others. I mean, this, yeah. Anyway, yeah, basically if you do minimal thing, then basically normal non-pro stuff also kind of enough, right? The only thing is I don't want a phone that doesn't, like my next phone needs to do Android virtualization or run T2 natively. I don't even know what I do with smartphone stuff. The thing is, I mean, we could build Android ourselves, but then there are other people doing this. Greatest programmer do wipe coding. I don't wipe code. It's in parents. I'm joking. Clickbaiting you. Yeah, we need some open source solution. And I mean, the thing is, if we, I mean, KDE and GNOME, of course, totally not desktop worthy. I don't know what we should do with phones, man. Theoretically, we want a T2 phone. Although KDE has the most phone thing, the most plasma phone thing, Qt, it's also the most bloated and stuff. Basically, each time I'm coming back to we need to rewrite everything, rm-rf, it's like, yeah, it's crazy that the open source, recently the open source community has very few solutions here for that stuff. So we need to test actually some this testing now, yeah, I kinda should outsource it to the community, but then it is how it is. Nobody has time. Linux mobile is awful. Yes, Trap, thank you. We figured. They have the same problem Android had in the beginning. They need all new system APIs, probably support mobile use cases. POSIX wasn't. The problem is not POSIX. The main problem is there are no good and compatible APIs like Qt and GT. Like also like you it absolutely is POSIX. No, there is nothing POSIX. Even macOS is POSIX. Even Android is POSIX. Like POSIX is holding, like there are two main things. Hear me out. There maybe three. The main thing is the main thing, and it has nothing to do with POSIX. The main thing is there is no good open source mobile UI. But nobody cares about POSIX APIs. People care about having a rounded button. It's not POSIX territory. So maybe we mean the main thing, but my main thing is like there is no good and backward compatible, in any way pleasant to program and work with mobile API, UI API, like rounded button and touch events. And that has nothing really to do with POSIX. That's one layer up on, as you say, it's not POSIX anymore, but the problem is not POSIX anymore. The problem is there's GTK and Qt and both sucks big times, big balls. The second problem is that all the devices are incompatible. Like even if Linux were amazing, like even if Qt or GTK were amazing, and spoiler, they are not. But even if they were amazing, the next problem is all the bloody phones are all different and you cannot have one Linux and boot them all. So having even a handful of phones halfway decently, mostly fully supported is already a thing. And then the third thing is back to the first, is there are no apps because everyone just Android and iOS. So GUI is certainly part of the story, but bad battery and radio and whatnot is due to low-level access. Bad battery? What do you mean with bad battery and radio? So this has nothing to do with low-level access. Not really sure what you mean with bad battery and radio. We could absolutely get phones to the same level as desktops, but phones aren't accessible due to missing EPYC. But it's not even that, it's also drivers. So you mean my point two, lack of drivers. It's not just one thing. Getting the OS desktop level is still bad. But that would be a huge leap compared to status quo. Also low row access too, if you low row access. Well, I mean, the radio can still sleep, mostly somewhat, but I mean mostly, but that's abstracted away with notification services. Like most Android and iOS apps also don't run in the background. They actually are suspended quickly after 30 seconds or whatever that was. School is out, heading home. Money is streaming. Happy to hear that. I'm also a little bit better again. Yeah, but radio not sleeping the most is also. I mean, again, radio mostly should sleep when it's idle in your pocket. So, I mean, if you use something, then you use something like Firefox. But anyway, Wait, this was there. I didn't see that there. Did I overlook that there? Yeah, we need to rsync here all anyway. How do I? Are this here all legitly full? Those? They are not yet all yet anyway. Why are this not all? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Do we do this here? 6 Spark. Oh yes, we have that there. Where's PowerPC though? What? Oh, did I just rsync the wrong one? Oh, I rsync this. But anyway, that's not a thing to resolve for today. Early Android gave you much lower level access. I doubt that is much of a problem. And if any problem, that is the smallest problem of all. Like, again, number 1 problem, we don't have good UI. Number 2 problem, we don't have good hardware support at all. Number 3 problems, even if we had both of those, we wouldn't have apps. So vibe coding part is in parents, isn't it? Let's see. I put vibe codes in parents. I have no idea what did I do here with that thing here, or did this error out for, or maybe it did error out for some reason. Or I just didn't hit build that yet. Huh? What did I do here? Oh, it's in ISOs? Oh, I totally didn't remember that. Okay. That's good to know. Okay, what's HPPA doing? And what else do we have there? Risk 5 has that was a typo. What is with Spark 64? Oh, Highway Arch. Okay, buckle up you all, we have some things to do. Actually, so theoretically I'm thirsty. Theoretically, I need some... I guess I make some... in lack of most other things, let's make some more lemon tea. If life gives you lemons, make lemonade. So... So let's see. Penguin operator. libjpeg turbo highway. So this way, how does libjpeg turbo fail? Does it not depend on highway? Or is it something else? Undefined reference to. Oh, that is independent. Maybe we should allow list the few that work. I have the suspicion most don't work. Where's my build? Where did I hide my build? Must have been here. What did I built? Oh. Then, so we still have some things to fix. Finally, some stability testing here. Yeah, QEMU was also unsolved. Today a video was released on YouTube, basically what René is complaining for, your 3000. Interesting. You mean with bloat and stuff, and like you know you need like that for having the similar UI? Yeah, I mean I'm shocked. I mean shouldn't be shocked, but like basically I did not even the stuff bloated. Like basically we saw 10x engineer coded here ultra parallel, that all the ultra parallel and multitasking was hiding from my brain how much more bloated. I mean, no surprise, bloat gonna bloat. Highway payload, what is payloading here? That was building not too long ago. What did we break? Make J positive integer? What did we do there? J1 IPL boot. Why does it complain about a positive integer? Let's do highway first. I got 90 things. It's so damn nice with Linux. Yep. You got it recently or longer? Yep. I mean, yeah, every performance improvement, good. Just breathing some hot steam for my things health. It's basically all the abstractions and dependencies and stuff makes things super slow. Yep. If we don't start rewriting everything from scratch, others will beat us to that. I mean, it's also it's not only abstractions, it's also feature bloat, and like abstractions alone wouldn't make it that slow. It's also feature creep and bloat and enshatification and deletion of acceleration layers and APIs because like there's stuff fast enough now. So actually, you know what? We can patch this in blindly. Was it like this? HPPA or PA risk. Okay, HPPA here. That's the only one, or okay, with or without underscores. Wonderful. We only find this now because the last years we didn't build that. I actually don't know such things, but oops, what happened? Oh wait, we only need one. 1, 2, 3. How many are this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Alright, this was 7, of course, this was 7. So 27. Is this sorted? Okay, HE. Yeah. Which one was it? This might be not fully correct, but YOLO. And yes, 64 too, but we don't have 64. Don't need to do what we don't have 64 user space. So back then people thought how the levels were executable. I mean, back in the day, people didn't like people at low levels things see runtime, but not in the whole stack. But people just wrote smaller code, and usually until you need to hyper optimize like Quake and stuff, or like cores of like OCR core or speech recognition core, naturally speaking via voice. But like everything is just so bloated and stuff, like even KDE and GNOME, right? Like just count, and if bloat were not enough, like just count how many JavaScript and browser engines you have on your even Linux desktop. The thing is, 20 years ago, had Microsoft shipped 5 browser engines in like Windows and Edge and like Internet Explorer and Office and stuff, the Linux developers would laughing their ass off how inefficient garbage Windows is. And now we have ourselves one JavaScript engine for KDE declarative, one JavaScript engine for GNOME whatnot desktop, one JavaScript engine for Chrome in Chrome, one JavaScript engine in Firefox and Firefox, and so on and so forth, right? Like, basically, on top of repeating Windows mistakes, we even make it worse, like at least many people. But what is it here? Bug GNU, like what's even happening here? It surely worked a while ago. That should have been that. What broke here? The makeup somehow? Oh, maybe. But no, this works even. How does this bloody break? Oh, here maybe, which is even, what's, which, or are we in 2? Which, this is stage 2? Probably. And not only that, there's also logical redundancy throughout the Linux desktop. It still is bad UX. Yes, and the logical redundancy is what most people, I mean, even I did not see. So what most people don't see, and even I didn't know, as seen on Brodie Robinson's KDE or KDE blog, like they allegedly, according to KDE blog, like last week, and Brodie Robinson's YouTube video, they are in 3 theming engines in KDE or so alone, and now they want to unify that with one more theme layer, surely. But it's also like it's all the redundant logic and re-implementations of everything, XML, JSON, layers of config of more config of systemd of login of things and stuff. If the UX was good, you could give it the way you got there a pass. Yeah, totally. I agree. And the third thing is, although we ship KDE, but I said it. I said since December KDE is not amazing. I mean, hey, it took me 10 years to touch KDE again, right? And now I can only touch KDE because you share, like, and subscribe so much, right? And Patreon subscribe there and membership here. But also because I desperately need to ship a working desktop, and that is simply the best, and at least it cross-compiles. And I mean, to be fair, the KDE usability is not horrible. Like, maybe do you use Trap? I would argue the KDE most usability is kinder on Windows level, or maybe even, given it has no advertisements and other crap, maybe the usability is even better than Windows. But there are certainly some edges that I mean, macOS is also not amazing, but I'm, as a intermittent macOS still macOS user, there are some things that are still way more usable on macOS. It's not overall terrible, rough edges, annoyances, death by. Yeah, if you say overall not terrible, but rough edges, yeah. And the thing is, I can agree with you on that one, that you're totally right that if it's overall okayish, but every edge thugs a bit, then it sucks 1,000 times, right? And that is somehow, when I do here accounting, controlling, and other management things, where it's like, some things on macOS are just a little bit more snappy, man. Why AMD, not NVIDIA? Do they have CPUs? Does NVIDIA have CPU? That's a CPU, right? A central processing unit with tiny integrated GPU. Where do I have Palo? Then it's probably that one here. CD Palo, what do we have? Stage level 2 and toolchain stuff. Why do I have that here so strangely sorted? Oops, how did I manage that? Then it must be that one, but why does that fail with J? This was not the latest. Should should use the latest because the other are manually modified. 1815. Example, how do you stop the system from pausing audio video apps when disconnecting headphones? I should be setting things. Interesting. Yeah, but that's so. Does iOS do it too? Or actually, does iOS continue playing on your next primary audio source? Here's this Drecker there. What do you mean? Are you still here with your why AMD not NVIDIA? Are you still here? Is he truly wipe coding? What's a GPU? You don't need GPU for wipe coding. You can use other people's services. Look at this. Oh, this is missing an eval. Not precisely sure why that is. Probably something quoted. Maybe it's okay. Okay, I made the change. We remember when we somehow factored. I remember how this happened. It's a little bit peculiar that it happened like this, but yeah. Okay, some small thing. Oops, it's also wrong. 99. Yeah, the only thing better than that is an 2 dual, but AMD refused to send me one. Because we're not yet big enough, because they say your subscribers don't share like and subscribe enough, or hype and all the other things, so I had to buy it myself. Okay, you all, things. By default, at least CachyOS is source pause request AV, not mute. Either way, you have to change it via wire plumber. Yeah, it's a very specific thing that this would not even annoy me enough to bother about. Like, I have another 1,000 things. Like, that is so minor, honestly. But that is this kind of stuff. If Windows and macOS had this, you probably also couldn't change it. The thing is, I would probably not have even implemented. The funny thing is that this big name people implement funny stuff that I would not even come to my mind to implement. But yeah, I hear you, random annoyances. It's also shocking for me that desktop search and Spotlight, like what is it? Spotlight? Is it Spotlight? Desktop search and wait, Spotlight and Quick View. So there is nothing like Quick View. We need on Windows, it would likely be hidden in a menu. I mean, at least on Windows, okay. And on Windows, at least you would not you would find a hidden registry entry that you would regedit. Sorry for the flickering. Yeah, Windows has most things in not Windows. I mean, to be fair, Windows has 1,000, 10,000 things hidden, obscure register entries that you never find without the internet or disassembler. What you drinking? Lemon ginger thing here. Look, look. Self-made, homemade with my neighbor's honey. She gave me honey when I helped her break into her apartment. Very nice Polish lady. So finally I can drink her honey. System analyze blame. I see wipe code in the title. I thought I'd put it in parents so that things welcome. Bartering and trading is, what do you mean? Nice? What? bartering and trading, I don't understand. I want to compare just afford. Windows and macOS, I don't want it. The thing is, as much as I criticize Windows and Mac, where do you want to... I mean, that is also like 10,000 options, right? Like sometimes it's the system is just so, but it doesn't excuse that Mac, KDE and GNOME overall are not better. When was the last time you used Windows and which version? I never used Windows. The last time I used Windows was, I guess, Windows 95 / Windows NT 4. Although at work, actually as a student, like, do you mean privately, or as a student I was working at an aerospace design company. Are they still in business? Here in Berlin. So I used some kind of Windows there, maybe Windows 2000. Do they still exist? Payers Aerospace Engineering, potentially, maybe. Maybe, I don't know, looked different back in the day. Maybe this. Probably this, potentially, maybe. But like, I personally privately Windows 95, Windows NT 4 probably. But I did not, at that point, I switched to Linux quickly. Neighbors trading. Yeah, I helped her break into her apartment because she locked herself out. Yep. Yeah, at least some percentage of... I mean, when I was young, people always traded, right? The neighbors had some fruit trees, some plums and potatoes from the grandparents and stuff. Keyboard, yes, next I need to find split keyboard sponsors. Keyboard. Here, that's the keyboard. It's end of life though, so you would only find similar models. But Trap, are you still here? Or do I interrupt? What's with Cairo? Because if you are still here, we could have a discussion. What should be the future of OSB? Of course, we could like write a non-totally bloated, nice UI stuff from scratch, but that would of course be 90s technology and boring. If we say going forward and we embrace your large language model future, like how would an ideal AI OS for the future look like? Where you have completely no UI anymore? Like, because then you would prompt, right? Like you would take your headphone out and it would mute it, and then you tell your computer, don't do that again, right? Is that the ideal interface? Because like maybe instead of the terminal is so perfect, yeah, you would on the terminal you would have an AI prompt, and you would tell your terminal, switch on audio, continue video, and don't compose it next time and make no mistakes, and of course I love you too. And don't kill me and don't electrocute me. Holy shit, it's Apple script. That's a lot of writing, ha ha ha. You might even talk to it. I know some people wipe code with TTS. But that's what I said. I did not say type. But did I not say? Did I not start with you tell your computer? And with tell I meant talk. Because if we wanted to develop something than KDE, like there are two ways to do better than KDE and GNOME of this bloated, buggy mess. Do it sane, like do it old-fashionedly sane, but super nice, not like Windows 32 garbage, but like nice Lua garbage. Excuse me. Or do it hyper modern. Inzen. Oh, HPPA crashes. That's not ideal because now we don't know is this is this system stability or is this so much to a new CPU. Stuff crashes. Stuff crashes fast. Crash faster to build crashes with AMD 9950X 3D and even faster with version 2, but we don't have version 2. What happened here? Reproducibly failing, huh? LTO wrapper failed. Damn it. Unrecognized in? What? What do they mean with unrecognized insen? Yeah, that's the thing. You have a new CPU. Is this memory corruption? Is this miscomputation? I really don't know what it all will look. If you look at dev space, a lot of people are trying Omarchi style, very opinionated but flexible with lots of... But Omarchi style sucks. Like Omarchi style, what do they even use? Like Hyperland and stuff? Like basically, but like just using like read on look at dev space, a lot of... I mean, how is that flexible? Like this is just the old shit, like that's not the future. Like if you wanted something truly amazing, you need something AI first and not like some suck less but suck more little tiny things that don't fit well together. But I also ask future AI OS, not future opinionated distribution theme. Problem allowing the agent to do whatever it will mess things up, so needs strong protection, version file systems and containments. I mean, how we ask the agent always just to prompt with make no mistakes. I dislike Omarchi because it's white, supremacist and racist. Independently of that, what is the technical merit of one exclamation mark is not enough? Oh, you have two. You need three though. And welcome. They are working actively to make it integration and work together. But that's not different from old-fashioned KDE in GNOME. So, what do I even build now? Oh shit, I built something wrong. Okay, sooner than later we also need to fix this Control-C thing. Which Linux, Ivy asking? Glad you asked. You must be new here, because most people know me from writing my own Linux. Here, my own. 25-year anniversary edition. Make no mistakes and install it now. Make no mistakes, don't delay, and install today. Fingers for array characters and you'll have easier time with split. Maybe I should try that, but I will not buy one for 300. Does this have here? What is it even doing? Unrecognized INSN? What's compiler doing here? INSN? Set? The thing is, I don't really want to debug GCC compiler now. Do I excessively? I mean, all the other builds did. I mean, can always be that this is some new stability issue. That is, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, why normally you don't undervolt and overclock in production workstation. Welcome to day one of new CPU. Stuff might randomly. Illegal instruction. Yochi, hey, reach 10 followers. Yes. Although to be fair, somehow 800 appeared one day. I have the suspicion some motivated person purchased 800. So 800, according to my knowledge, 800 might potentially not be real. But I'm not complaining. They appeared like a week or like 10 days ago. In the middle of a live stream appeared hundreds of viewers. I don't think that they are natural, but thank you nonetheless. We were at 9,200 when 800 appeared. So different sense that the focus on Hyperland is different from others. Developers focus on platform devs are using AI more than most people getting. I mean, the Hyperlink guy just broke all his config by migrating to Lua, right? Like, honestly, like Hyperland is, the development of Hyperland is a little bit like Terry Davis. Like, I cannot take them that seriously anymore after breaking everything every year. YouTube question. Do you think LLMs in AI might end open source for good? Why do you mean for good? Do you think it's good that open source ends? It's of course not what I expected here to debug now. The question is, when did this last build? I have a 2510 build. For good means they are just saying meant it would end it permanently. I don't think so, really, because open source people will do open source. I have the more, so people can just, or people can, will, and always just do their open source. Or maybe it did because it didn't reconfig. The much more important question is, how do we make open source more successful with or without AI? Because even before AI, you could argue did big tech, did FANG break open source once and for all, permanently for good? Why does this say that? What have I done here? Oh shit, no, I don't know which of these builds even. Oh, we have there some... Oh, we call this desktop. Ah, wait. This, that, what have I done here now? Is this... Oh shit, I've done here some complete mess now. I need to separate those things here more. Oh, darn shit. 20, wait, wait, this is even, I did it totally, I looked there wrong. 25. Oh, I didn't hit that. He did not build HPPA, wait, what? Oof. What do we do with this build here? I mean, hey, we just don't need to release it. Problem solved. Question, when did the patch with 7 lines of code? I don't know what this means, maybe. When did you the patch with 7 lines of code that was unrelated, that's working already? Congratulations for your hyperlink things. Here we can commit this already. Hyperlink. Highway. Wait, is that even, did I? Actually, people donations? How to stop the urge to watch your work instead of working myself? You can just work in parallel. It's totally fine, just leave it in the background. Just let it play for algorithm, mute the audio or stuff. If you actually people donating, that would make an issue. Things profit companies became an issue. I think too much money has harmed. I think too much money has harmed Floss because in order to I don't think too much money harms us because most people get nothing. Like, just look at myself. I only get small donations from all of you. I did not get a single big donations ever. And when I ask companies for a hardware sample, I even get one. Don't get one. Trap on Twitter says there is not enough money. Yeah, that is also super crazy. The thing is, yeah, there clearly is not enough money. Even the GNU PG or OpenSSL guys were not funded. Even the open printing guy was let loose by Ubuntu last year or whatnot, and had to apply for emergency funding support. I mean, one thing is, of course, that the problem is that the main problem, I would agree, however, is that these big foundations do not work. KDE, GNOME, and Linux kernel foundation don't work. And this is also a problem that the sovereign tech fund here in Germany just gave KDE or is going to give KDE plus minus 1 million, also potentially maybe, because I think they don't get the money up front. I think they need to write monthly invoices. And the question is also who really gets this money, because that's with the sovereign tech fund. I said it already a dozen times, it's super shady. I recently learned details that I will not speak publicly about because they are too shocking. What I recently learned, and it just underlines what I always thought and said here. And because this is KDE, probably just some company, because you need a company, right? Unless, okay, maybe in KDE, maybe it was KDE EV, but then it would need to be visible in the KDE EV balance sheet. I'm also not even sure if the KDE eingetragener Verein there, if they even can accept money like that for work, because it's non-profit. In Germany, this non-profit is not that easy. It's much stricter regulated than in the USA. Because a lot of this sovereign tech fund is just random companies. Where even, I mean, I asked, like, if this T2 project, like I asked them 1.5 years ago when I first wanted to apply. But I literally asked them, look, we don't have here some foundation or EV or whatnot, like, how should we apply? And their answer was simply like, we just need someone to write an invoice, like just some company. And yeah, I mean, not that they would fund us, but like, so whoever gets the KDE money, I don't know. I mean, maybe some KDE related company like this Blue Systems or whatever, but I don't know. It's also not public. The Linux Foundation, other foundations have been harmed. Yeah, totally. It's also, it's a disgrace that the Linux Foundation has so much money. I said multiple times the Linux Foundation could solve most of the open source fundings, and they keep it all for their shady projects. Do you think with all the hardware you have now, you will make more money mining crypto? No, I don't have crypto mining. Also, my electricity is expensive, except if I would install solar panels on the roof. Money goes to keeping the org alive. Yeah. What do we do with this thing here? Oof. The thing is, Cairo is blocking other things. That's bad luck. Let's skip this and see how much further do we get. How many things need Cairo? Maybe Pango needs it, huh? That's probably not good. Can we just build some stuff with, like, to test overall stability of? But this is too reproducible. I mean, I had occasionally instabilities that were that stable. What? What do you even do here? Huh? What do I even do here, man? Getting all the stuff. I still not. Also crypto. Yeah, in retrospect, I should have made 1 million with Bitcoin, but I never thought Bitcoin would take like I was there in the early days of Bitcoin. I just never took this shit seriously. But then had I burned CPU cycles on Bitcoin, then I would regret burning CPU cycles on Bitcoin. But yeah, was it Cairo things? I mean, most of the other stuff he builds. Okay, that's the next two things in. Damn it, what do we do with that? Oh, I hate my compiler failing. Which was the first failing? Cairo, probably. I mean, we could check if optimizing it less makes it go away. For now, it's a quick workaround, because I'm not debugging the compiler for LTTO to the F4 HPPA risk anytime soon. I mean, we could even, is this just one file? Which one failed? Cairo pattern zero stuff. Are there more? Okay, first let's see if that even fixes anything or workarounds anything. No. That sucks. Instance 114, 97, them things, const int. Phew. So much to that build, I guess. I mean, thank goodness we didn't really need that. What else do we have here? 1, 2, 3. Okay, let's just build all and see which ones still fail. Car drivers doing car driver things. There is this though, reproducible on things long as in. It's maybe all not recognized instance. Maybe unrelated. Thank you for always wanting to help so much. Most likely nothing to do with it. Basically every kind of thing likely. I mean, we could, as a test, I mean, we would need to test various things. Oh, big city life. Just like Casey Neistat did in New York. For vibe coding you need at least things CPU is impossible. Nothing is impossible. Also, who vibe codes at home? Don't you offload that to AI services? To the vibe cloud? To the void? Here's the next bloat, right? Nobody should see boot stuff, but then you have this bloated shit. I mean, the thing is, this will be... The thing is, all the things hyped on Phoronix are mostly shit. Like, imagine, the future is KMSCon only, then you need all the KMSCon dependencies in your initRD, right? Or you have no boot graphics. This is so... And this probably are dozens of dependencies, right? Maybe even Cairo, Pango, font config, and who knows what, right? It's like, and now, hey, our initRD is 100 megabyte. Isn't that amazing? The future is no, but hey, now we have we deleted 100,000 lines of code in Linux kernel, but hey, now we have 1 million lines of code of anti-aliasing. Is that even using VTE or whatnot? But even if it isn't, like, I test build this. We can literally test build this now. The Linux open source Linux development makes me makes me depressive. Maybe a good day to start. Like, look at this. Oh, versions and things. 3D. I mean, hey, maybe this even using, yeah, it's probably using GL, right? Like, who would not want, like, hey, booting with, like, boot graphic, only live with your GL subsystem from scratch, right? It's hilarious. I don't even know, like, these people are so misguided. The crazy thing is, okay, you guys, the crazy thing is some of my videos were watched by some huge institutions, including RISC-V International and RISE and stuff. We need to watch what we are saying here, but like I don't even know what like RISC-V people watch now. Like what was even my like holy shit. I think I talked to what is it called in English? The slang for honest. I talk to real talk. I talk to real men. Damn it. I need to did I make a YouTube video? Oh, this one? Oh, they watched this one? I
had to log into a server, restart.
Is this a upload or streamed 4 weeks ago? Anyway. Did they watch this one? Did this work here on that one? Watch Linux kernel things, full stack. I don't know what they watched. Did I make a summary? I probably, oh dude, I'm so stupid. I should have made a summary 4 weeks ago. Holy shit. Oh, this one? Oh, there was this one. I mean, modern software, right? I hope we had some capture of that stuff. Probably must be this one, no? More stuff. Yeah, this. Need to be careful, man, what I talk when all the big companies watch my videos. Shit. Is this RISC-V? Maybe, possibly. Okay, probably that one. Nabend Matic, how you doing? Hope you had a wonderful day or Feierabend. Oh, here, look at this. For host machine things sub not found needs. Here's a future of boot dependencies. You would. Can Mini make a summary? Yeah. I should have made like I need to get smarter. The problem is I work so much that I literally have no time to make a proper video blog post. Like what we need is Jeff Gerling like tech explain videos. In reality, I don't have a single like I don't need to sit here now 2 hours and make release things. Oh, here's that even build. Oh, we had this already. Someone updated this already. Oh, data. Oh, wait, what? What do I do here? Oh, typo. There's also docutil things. CT. I mean, yeah, boot graphic, and then you need CT, huh? What good future time where. I mean, this is ridiculous what those people do. Oh, CD or systemd. Who of you is amazed by the state of this Linux development things? Who really liked that? Over complexity, oops. right, it's deleted. I think don't see because awesome people like you and others maintainers hide it for us normal people. Don't see it. Can imagine they don't like when you openly talk them down. Things understand German sarcasm, I would say. I'm amazed over how over thousands of people spend their time contributing. I find it beautiful. Happy to hear that. Even more beautiful than that is all the people sharing, liking, subscribing, and patronaging all the stuff for us to have something to feed our family, right? That's even more beautiful. And thank you for your kind words. Seems not be enough time. The day having a start, hiring interns, things, sponsoring a summer of Koto intern. Oh, sponsoring. For that I need. My Linux business is making a loss, right? My only profitable segment is Mac software. My Linux business is making a loss until I'm not hiring anyone. I'm not letting anyone except myself near our loss-making business. Also, the problem with intern is I tried intern 10 years ago. They slowed me down, like they made me Linux engineer. Like if I need to explain people who they what to do, then I get nothing done anymore. I tried this. Is it not any other? What would be another doc tool here? Okay, that's not important enough to polish more. Actually, someone, I think it was the doctor, said, the doctor's probably not here, right? The doctor said that I think he had eyes on titanium. Probably, I think at least he said something. Yeah, but we somehow need to scale it, yes. The thing is, if I hired an intern, like, I don't know, like, or video editor, but the thing is, even successful, even very successful small YouTube editors, like even iJustine or others, hey, Casey Neistat, even they edit their Dr. Schupert, Doctor Who, yes. Even they edit. I mean, sure, I'm not Casey Neistat, but like even, or probably Louis Rossmann, right? They just edit their videos themselves. Until you are, I mean, maybe I should open just a new business of cheap media production, where I can have a video editor and cheaply edit videos. What build is that here even? And what build is the other build even? Okay, so far new CPE so good. Here now we are on shall not be mentioned because I had to purchase it myself yet again. AMD 1950X 3D, not 2 because too expensive. Look at that, we have build. We have build overload. What are we even building? We are building all of this stuff here. Which build is that even? 586 potentially, maybe 586 apparently. That probably previously stopped at, but hey, good, that's some quite excessive. Right, I load to test. So, latest llvm things. Of course, in T2 Linux. Does not someone of you, like any normal users, want to test their T2 skills and do here some random mare updates? Okay, that we have done, that we have imported. That is thread ripping. HPPA is broken. That is very, very sad. Okay, maybe the doctor is probably reading HPPA 64 things. Yeah, unfortunately software bloating faster than AMD's TikTok can catch up. This here is a portable stopgap. Basically now we can Google Sen 6 already. I think someone said, yeah, right, so Sen 6 will be better, bigger, allegedly. So this might give us, if we are lucky, that might give us 12. I hope they make dual CCD things. Latency revolution things tech. No, believe no seat. So shoes? What do you mean shoes? Ah, that. You know, I already unsee. What is funny? Today I learned when I googled this HP ZX 2000 XZ 2000 something. Oh, what was the name of that thing? ZX things 2000 here. This, but I think user had another name. Did I not Google something slightly different? 2200, 2080? That was a shoe from Adidas or whatnot. Like, I Googled that and there was a shoe. Like, I kid you not. Where was user? User was here. Oh, that's ZX 2000. Oh, okay, it was it. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, look at that. Like, did they name their stuff after fast shoes, or is this just random? Anyway, HPPA. Doesn't matter how cheap or abundant is around people's stupid thoughts. Abundant but not cheap quite. Hoping for after AI things, people stop copy code practice because RAM is cheap. No, I think the Adidas was from, at least this morning there was like Adidas 1992 or whatnot, like maybe, I mean probably coincidence. They probably, this is, yeah, these numbers are, it's probably just a random coincidence. What did I wanted to do now? I wanted to post Cairo failing. I wanted to inform things. I mean, in function. Maybe we should look at this function. I think this was one too many. Is this small enough? Yeah, people always find ways to make stuff more bloated, more slow. Do we already have a release name? Like a mythos. We don't really. The only other good, like, do you have a good one? The only other thing was, look, mum, nothing to see. Where we had that somewhere here. Look, mum, nothing to see. But I don't know. But we can also just do mythos. Internal compiler error. Yes, that's the compiler's crashing for some reason. We could debug that. It's usually, I mean, maybe we should start always debugging this. The only thing is I have like 1,000 other things to do, which, you know what, for HPPA risk, I'm probably not starting to debug that. What are your takes on the suckless? What's your take on the suckless community? A little overboard? I don't know about the suckless community. I only know some suckless software, and the suckless software is not good. If you mean like suckless term and stuff. In my opinion, this stuff sucks more. Like, that's not good UI that you need. Like, the code is meh C code, I think, usually, what I've seen. Probably at least was once upon a time. And then, like, yeah, this concept of you need to edit the source code as configuration file, like, totally stings. Like, the suck less is suck more. It's just ridiculous in my... How do you keep track of stuff you were able to solve? Well, the stuff I solved, I commit to our... the stuff that solved is solved, I committed to the source repository. I only need to keep track. I mean, it's a subversion / git history. I only need to keep track of stuff I still need to do. Did you get a newer CPU? Yes, my company was so gracious to order me for meeting Q1 targets and endless live streaming. My C-level executive decision was to finally order one, but yeah, it's only like 20% faster, so yeah, there is that. But hey, 20% faster of bloated compilation is 20% faster, so best shell I can subscribe, because I need even more. Yeah, other stuff like keeping track of what to do is GitHub and a long to-do file, which probably I should. Through the day, you may save 1 hour. Free time to work more, right? But that's what we, of course, want. Let's do that here one more time, and do I not have that here somewhere? Build all things desktop. Did I commit this payload thing already? No, I didn't. I think this is... This probably fixes this here. Oh, what did we get there? 5 membership things. That is amazing. Appreciate this. Thank you so much. Who was it? Things of... That's amazing. Appreciate this. 5 membership gifts there. That's quite a hype train on YouTube, you all. Maybe the Twitch crowd can try if they can replicate that too. Appreciate this really. Recently we shuffled here some options around. We cleaned this up slightly. We had here some small cleanup. Here. What? May things? Oh wow, just when you ask for that you get some gifted subs. Look, you appreciate this. Who did this? On a board? Gifted subs, that's amazing. Shout out to ohne Brot. Someone should gift some here to Noki. Are you still member? Probably currently not member. If you can wait 10, it gets more and more you all. Now what are we in here? A fight of, yeah, thank you so much, shout out there. Here, how does it work with this gifting things? Highly appreciate this. Here, our good friend Tanoki needs one if he doesn't. I have one. Yeah, thank you so much. That support means a lot, especially when I build out the infrastructure. What's what? Yeah, thank you so much. All my daily heroes here for live streaming every day. Somewhere we improved this parallel handing here. Maybe clean up, maybe this one. Probably, maybe, yeah. And that there it's I see. Okay, it's indeed this one. So commit that. Fix payload for revision. I probably have this in the history right today. Things, clean up things. Clean up things. So payload typo. Payload. Wow, even more gifted subs. I hope our other friend gets one. That is amazing. That is like peak gifted subs, like forever. We have, look, mom, live streaming on YouTube pays off. That is so amazing that you guys send so many gifted subs. Appreciate this. That is like literally the first time I think ever our YouTube goal here was reached, like ever. That is amazing. What do I need to learn to understand what you're doing? Lol, I'm lost. Computer science architecture, although this is very high level. I mean, usually what I usually computer science studied and usually do is low level stuff, but on live stream we usually end up here packaging and fixing other people's upstream stuff. That's, if this confuses you, probably better share, like, subscribe and tune in regularly, because that's only the high level maintenance stuff. Stream is so nice. You buy it twice. That's a new, yes. That's a new good saying. Appreciate all the massive membership donations here. That is totally amazing. Oh wow, we even hype blame. If we still have this amazing people here, maybe we can first time ever finish hype train 2 things here of 70% Twitch things. Fix Palo 4 things, parallel handling. Yeah, that's good enough. So what is our build otherwise potentially failing? I think the last running build was 586 desktop. Oh, firmware update. Right, there was something. Oh, now we also have other mistake. You didn't have to do that. Appreciate this, man. Shout out, man. Shout out, my friend. But this was, I was motivating others, not our greatest fan. Mistake do we have here? Shout out there. That is so amazing. That is. Are we still in hype train level 04? Like holy shit. We are hype train level 4. Have to live by example. Man, that's amazing. I hope your girl approves of the spending. So yeah, that's amazing. We need to do this more often. We need to find more wealthy supporters of who did Bitcoin in the early days. As I said an hour ago, in retrospect, man, I could have done some Bitcoin mining when it was young and naive, but I didn't. Did not mine a single Bitcoin. Saved the environment a bit. Now I'm poor. So I586. But as I said, it's a lottery, right? No, I did not see this coming. I thought this Bitcoin would be an unsuccessful joke. But sometimes I'm wrong. Often I have a correct gut feeling of experience with Apple Vision Pro. But with Bitcoin, I was wrong. Undefined things to SP600. I vaguely remember that. What have I? Firmware update D. I remember seeing something like that once upon a time. But not today. What? VR. Oh, they have VR eNet SPI? Holy. How is it in how do they have VR support code? Is there anything out there with VR? That's crazy. Yeah, thank you so much. Dankeschön. That is comic code, yes. Undefined reference to where is that enabled? Maybe only x86-64 for nobody's test building 32-bit reasons. So I usually just grab through the stuff, right? And then is it a flash ROM. Subprojects flash ROM. Why does it build flash ROM? That's not what I wanted to do. Oh, that's so stupid. Good that we randomly... I mean, there you see, people are like, why do I support this old shit? I mean, not only the old shit is nice, right? Don't forget here stuff like nothing left behind, especially not the stuff I recently eBayed. Here, no AMD K6 5, right? And that's not even... Wait, this was a... Did I not had another... wait, K... Oh no, that is a K. Yeah, this is a K5. Yes, because we also had here X5 things of that one here. AMD, not to be confused with AMD 5X86. Totally non-confusing. But yeah. So at least it found like I mean, besides we want to run our 32-bit stuff. Hey, our 32-bit stuff, right? We probably need to make it work on. We probably need to make this work with T2 Linux. I still have this original sugar on there from when The MIT sent me this for working on open source things. Can you believe? The MIT sent me this thing. Thank you again, MIT. Appreciate this. 20 years ago. It found that we probably don't want to... Actually, this means... that's a little bit difficult, but let's first see if building that natively makes... like building that as a package makes that go away. Let's see, what's that? Okay, let's first see what... Okay, firmware update. That's exactly what we need here. Hype train succeeded. Yay! We have a new hype train chest thing. Such strong support. Hype train level 4. Yay! Here. Things. New choo-choo things. Make a copy of Windows in your own code. Would you be legit? If you were to make a copy of Windows in your own code, would legal system of... What do you mean legal system? Which green? What green thing? Ah, that was the old PC. This was the one laptop per child when the MIT had the idea to. That's x86 based. That was the very, very, very first one. This one OLP OXO, like OLPC, one laptop per child, XO1. And the not green thing is my son, and the other stuff is basement things. So the rest of the picture is digital basement. Is Jochi still here? Do you like this? Just because I see it. If you're still here, how much do you prefer Look Mum Nothing to Thee? Or Mythos, but maybe Mythos, huh? I'm just wondering if Windows would be... I mean, there is wine and... I mean, if you do a clean room implementation of Windows, there is legal BIOS copying, like compact or what it was, BIOS copying things. Okay, you like both. Okay, good to know. Okay, Flash ROM also failed. Yay. Oh, that finds that fails maybe. Oh, that fails differently. Wow, how creative. That explains why there's. I was already wondering why is there like VRI Square C and firmware update D. Like this old stuff makes no sense. Let me just. I'm a little bit thirsty. Let me just fill here some water. Yeah, what we maybe going forward to, because now we get into territory where actually journalists actually download T2 and try it and then are disappointed. I think we need to do some more serious testing, especially of like the non-x86 things, because each time some journalist downloads some random thing that doesn't work is not good PR for us. The laptop is spectacular. The laptop, I have it here actually. Here. The laptop is not that spectacular. It's super slow stuff. It's x32-bit x86. It's AMD Geode LX. It is spectacular in, I mean, yeah, the keyboard is complete garbage. I mean, it was theoretically spectacular for, it's like now we have green screen, right? It is a miracle that I still have it. I mean, it's also like, and that is the thing, right? And that, I mean, it was a spectacular idea. It also spectacularly failed, maybe because I didn't use T3 Linux. Like, if just they had not used Red Hat, Fedora, or whatnot, and Sugar, and instead T2 Linux and Lua or whatnot. But first of all, it's a miracle that I still have it because it was stolen from the office some years ago. I kid you not. And it's one of the... Thankfully, nothing of valuable was stolen from our storage. That kind of was the most valuable. It was a miracle that I got it back from the police. Shout out there to the Berlin police. It's also the second miracle. It's probably my child. It's probably the only child that bloody used it in like 2026. There's probably, and that is the thing, right? Everyone just throws shit away. I mean, this project was not that successful, and I think most schools and developing countries didn't like it much. I think this Sugar interface was also a huge mistake. That is when university people do university things. I mean, maybe the idea was good, but okay, maybe Python doc slow. Yeah, that is the crazy stuff. Like, maybe that's the only, like, from the 100, like, I doubt there's any other thing still in use and stuff. And only live here on this channel and my Instagram. Theoretically, I want to install T2 Linux on that. I have not done that yet. For that, I had to unlock it. I already have unlocked that development, unlock its bootlock. That's also like, why had the MIT bootlock that? It's like, nah. But also T2 does not just boot. It needs it's literally the only. It's such a miracle. It's the only x86 device that I'm aware of that's using open firmware to boot. So also probably the Linux kernel will soon delete open firmware support for X. Like, mark my words. Coming next to Phoronix, Linux kernel deletes garbage open firmware for x86 things for. Okay, so amazing. What does build do here for flash ROM things? Let's parallel continue that build while is our flash ROM thing here? Why does this not? Other. So probably in the meantime it probably failed. Other flash ROM. So the one didn't fail yet. Two parallel building enough. Okay, that failed similarly as in firmware update the subproject. Flash ROM. Flash ROM things. What build system is that? What do we run? We run Meson. They have their port IO. They have this prepared for not 32. Program files, instruments, what the fuck? Search pause? You drunk? What the heck? Why do I always find such cursed things all over the sources I look at? Welcome, hello everyone. Hello, citizens of T2 Castle. Honestly, give those with children. Giving those to little children for learning instead of cheap VTech toys would. Dears, but implementation sugar was lacking, yes. But honestly, giving those to children VTech toys. Yeah. Do you also have this VTech toys in America? Do you have the same cheap crap that I criticized you Wine is not always slower. Wine is sometimes faster. Wine is often the same speed and sometimes faster, especially now with this new NT or whatnot, the kernel core. Where do they set CPU? VTech is still the go-to for learning computers, toddlers. Oh, right, interesting. Often Americas have different things. I thought VTech is a European thing. So it's probably like Chinese companies selling it everywhere, huh? Yeah, the educational value of that stuff is lacking. Host machine, CPU family. Maybe host machine CPU family is not x86. I don't know. Here it's 386. The question is, maybe we should evaluate if that is correct. I mean, honestly, I can change that. It would actually match our look. T2 has done it right from the start. Rock Linux is Rock Linux, the only Linux distribution that had done it so right that in 2020, 26 years later, the same choice of T2 Rock Linux ever always using x86 came to Meson. Yay. Unless your Windows system you serve, you'll have to ship them with your product and things. Where do we Meson? Do we also have some cross in here for here we got you SED substitute did they had 3? What did we even have? At least, hey, we did some things today. Not really what I expected to do, but that is also the thing. You continue working on your open source stuff, and then it's often always a surprise. That's broken, that's broken, that's... that's live. Okay, we have this 386. I guess then it always was like this, huh? I3456 oh typo. Probably people found it already. Nobody today. No proofreader. Tiger Electronics. Cordless phones here. Yeah, VTech does not. I only know VTech since I have a child. Before I did not ever see VTech. I mean, but then I don't usually look at cheap plastic tech. I usually only use I only knock on big old fat metal workstation things. I think I fixed this already, right? There's probably some YouTube delay. I think we had this already. Apparently the delay is larger than I expected. I345. Actually, oh, maybe you don't watch real time. You can on YouTube. You can actually rewind a bit, right? Oh, we have here more follower goal things met. Wow, we have 10,100. Did we get so many followers today? Like, holy shit! I didn't even realize that. That is amazing, you all. 10,100 followers. That is so cool. Arch to uname thing. Where's our function? What do we do here? Alright, that's in another file. Oh no, that's maybe it's a core maybe it's a core functions. Arch to uname 380. Yeah, this was 386. Okay, amazing. I mean, okay, hey, we can. I just saw we made it slightly different. You know, why limited when ini cross, was it cross ini? Meson things of wait, wrong file. Which file did I? Let's just use a dot. Any match here for I. This is strict enough. Like, why overcomplicate this when? So let's see if that magically fixes this, and maybe this fixes some other random things in too. Not the greatest fan of randomly changing things in the middle of a release cycle, but sometimes it's easier to just yeah, here firmware update day finished? No, building flash ROM, finish flash ROM here, build flash ROM. The only thing we should double check is, was it functions? Which function is that? What was the name of the thing? Create meson. This one here, right? Good enough. Better not read it twice. We should check. Also, yeah, this I've seen that. That's a little bit sus. That's not my priority for today. I will not run LibreOffice on a Pentium 4 or whatnot anyway. If you want to have this fixed, send a patch. It should build, but for some random reason it doesn't, and I have 1,000 other things to do. Things, what? I knew you from. Never mind. Things. Where are we? 700 stuff. Okay, amazing. Oh, by the way, here. Mastic Warrior, you're still here, right? Here, look at this. This is what was the name? Here running. So, did you take a look at Simon? Level 1 Tech Simon here. I got that for you. Did you try it, and how impressed and amazed are you? Is this what you expected? And at least that's what I see of that. Was the name Simon, probably? Oh, no, it was strangely written, right? Simon or so? Oh, what was the bloody name? Oh, we didn't update this recently. Maybe it's not updated yet. Only packages last weekend. Level 1 or ISIO 1 things. GitHub things of here. SIO1. What? How did I say? Did I not write it like this? Does they have new release? Maybe not. Is this one here right? Is this the right one? Okay, that's how it should look. Yeah, okay, they have that here. Even that could look better in my opinion. Like literally BTOP looks better than that. They could also could have combined it with BTOP. I mean, maybe long term it will become the better BTOP. I don't know. I'm only saying I like the BTOP style more, but maybe Mystic Warrior is not here anymore. Oh no, there you are. Did quick, but not very impressed. Yeah, okay, so we're both not impressed. I mean, what you told me initially sounded like drivers, but this is mostly not drivers. It's mapping stuff and so on, and even that stuff is... I mean, it does more things than BTOP, but yeah. I mean, it is useful. Now I wish there was a combined project of the two. But yeah, we have already 100 different top things, and now we have that. I have to say, and that's the thing, if people make amazing stuff, like, look, BTOP looks pretty amazing. Like, this is the best looking top thing I ever had in 27 years. Wish I had that when I was young, but hey, when I was young I had only one core. That would have been boring. 1386 core. So there's something failed. That's ffmpeg. Okay, do we... Okay, is this... Actually, we should check. I wanted to check before we forget. Otherwise, I will forget. Did firmware update use flash ROM? Did it use runtime found? It found that. And then it doesn't apparently didn't subproject build that apparently. Hear me out. I think we want to make the right T2 thing. Oh, it's op flash ROM. Oh, that's not correct. Then okay, hey, we had that already, but it's more like add to force it on RM2, because if it doesn't have it, it builds submodule. That's not really what we want. Yeah, if it builds it anyway, it is pointless. Yeah, it will find... I mean, hold my beer, right? I mean, with so many people watching today, I'm kind of motivated, but like I'm still a little bit exhausted and start to get headache. Okay, 60 viewers, so many nice memberships today. So these memberships are totally extremely hyper motivating, but I'm still not 100% recovered and start to get a headache. I mean, not only I was still a little bit warmish today and had achy, so hold my beer like tomorrow, I guess. Or this weekend, need to get P3 out. Actually, very theoretically, Mastic. How should I even call you here? I didn't even know how I should call you. Ironically, we could, like, so the PS3 sensors were never correctly implemented as hardware mon devices. So there are this user space, there is this user space package that we probably have in T2, like PS3, something util things, that can query the GPU and CPU temperature. But very, very theoretically, if we like really, really wanted to, we could make. The only thing is, I don't know how it is with locking this virtual UART devices. But otherwise, we could make the P3 stuff like proper in-kernel devices for hardware mon GPU and hardware mon. But that's the thing. Like, imagine if I had funding, right? I literally run off of the Mac sales of my company, and obviously I cannot do this forever. Especially, imagine one day people don't buy my Mac software anymore. How do I finance my T2 Linux? Yeah, so much. I mean, is it important now? No. I mean, it's like someone from you wants, like, hey, maybe someone of you wants to wipe code that. Wipe coding the PS3 things. Yeah, maybe I should not do everything. And I mean, nobody has done that in 20 years. So if anyone of you wants to, either with your brain or with wipe coding, port the PS3 VUART utils that we have packaged in T2. Excuse me. I switched to Gen 2 and I want to get in kernel development. Happy to hear that. Right, ffmpeg. Okay, that's double checked. What's here the system doing? Swapping to this already currently? Potentially, maybe. Building too much in parallel. Yeah, I'm still torn what I do know. I mean, we need to better implement T2. Where do we have? Do we have here disks somewhere? There we have disks. Why has disks not better statistic things here? Why is disk not I/O things? That's probably swapping to this somewhere. Yeah, we need better control about it anyway. I'm a little bit torn whether I should plug in 64 gigs more memory, but that would make the reduce the memory timings. I'm currently run rather overclocked. And welcome everyone. So yeah. 96 gigs of memory would be nicer for not swapping to death, but I also want performance, right? That's a little bit... Although Zen 5 said to be a better memory controller. But if I use, like, if I now get a 100-something AM5 board to have a second board and use my now residual surplus 750X and 64 gigs of memory, I don't have the memory anyway, so... I guess I don't. I guess I live here as a high-performance, high-memory clock lane here with 2000 Infinity Fabric. And not reduce my timings, I guess. What was it? Logs of... What failed? ffmpeg? How did this fail? Impossible constraint things. Cool. There are not enough registers. Cool. So I'm not fixing the assembly. It's often that is error prone and stuff. Welcome. Thank you for a subscription. That is amazing. And good evening. Okay, the both Firefox. It is crazy that 96 gigs of memory are not enough to build Firefox and Thunderbird in parallel without swapping. That is crazy. Time's bloated, man. We probably should investigate, like if we'd had too much time, we probably should investigate what recently became that much slower. I suspect it's llvm clang. So what do we do with that? Oh, we have musl there. Or did I just clean that? I think it was that. I think you had 60 gigs of RAM usage, Firefox with 32 threads. Yeah, crazy times, right? Actually, usually I do set RAM. It's only because I rebooted usually, but Do I have that auto enabled? Maybe not. Yeah. This is just a too old server install. Newer T2 would do this automatically beside. Unless 2 new system DT2 does not do this yet. So source ffmpeg. I mean, we could just disable assembly stuff, which probably I will do. The question just is, oh, that's inline. The question is even, is this shielded behind a RGB? Oh, that's quite some. Maybe, maybe that is also needing another CPU options. I don't know. Have AVX external? What do they mean with external? Inline ASM. I mean, you know what? We probably could. Would this work? Just to disable that thing and not everything? Oops. Man, that thread rips pretty fast. Yeah, imagine everything would have been efficiently programmed, but no, we know with Rust and Cargo and... Oh, that blinks even. Oh no! Oh, darn it, why is it? Need to fake it now. Yeah, if someone wants to fix this, I have better things to do. Oh, that is actually... We should do this for x86 only, because otherwise we might potentially disable x86 x64. Nearly did this wrong. Yeah, if that triggers you, if you want this more optimized for your 32-bit things, please send patch. I'm here usually in 10x engineering release mode and not like debugging everyone's cursed code mode, so sorry. That will, however, build Firefox then. Gen 2 disables on a lot of arches as well. I like that you constantly come up with really good references, men or woman. Broken on if ABI not pick safe on her. Okay, they just disabled that now. Okay, for me right now, before we hit some other issue with pick, I just selectively disable that. It actually commits this yet. Are we at a point where compile optimizations are better than hand-jammed assembly? No, we are not, and that is crazy. I understand compiler engineering. So people regularly show like this stuff is multiple times faster, up sometimes even orders of magnitude, especially AVX 512. So that is absolutely mind-bogglingly crazy. I understand compiler super difficult, research difficult. Yeah, everything is underfunded except AI shit. Like, hey, probably AI can hand optimize this. The world moved on from MIPS. Yeah, probably most of your MIPS stuff you can use for RISC-V though. So yeah, I need to move on. The thing is, it is hard, as you see. No, I mean, given your one halfway decent successful project, it's hard to move on. That's basically just like it's like moving away from T2 would be like doing some project 98% of the time and then moving, abandoning it just like before it's fully perfect and more successful. Compilers were trash and ACE things were even in the year lower 2015. That compilers optimized trash MIPS in 2015 is crazy. I mean, mostly it's about SIMD. And for years I say that cannot be, that we write that stuff. It is obviously very tricky to generate this high performance single instruction multiple data for just like it's extremely difficult to recognize those patterns in like C and Rust code. And my gut feeling is Rust only makes it harder, although the Rust people will tell you, no, Ari. I mean, maybe Rust can make it easier with specific generics and like SIMD type whatnot stuff, but then you can do the same in C++. In either case, it is crazy that we still work on this level. And yeah, I would really like to do, yeah. The thing is, I'm begging companies to donate or contract some money for like RISC-V and PowerVR work, and that already does nearly not happen. And then it's like in the state of AI, you cannot beg anyone for like, hey, anyone wants to fund the amazing compiler that you then can't sell or stuff. Can you detect that with llvm? What do you mean llvm? What do you mean detect? SIMD things for optimization? I mean, Clang needs to detect that. The code is the detection code is probably, I guess, the auto vector. I would expect the auto vectorization code live fully in Clang or Rust C or Zig C, and that would output the dedicated llvm instance. One strength of C++ on MIPS was that it was easier to recognize vectorized code, better vectorized optimizations. MIPS is my strong full either coverage assembly, but I have to deal with other people assembly, basically every architecture, Yeah. So for us today, thank you so much for all the amazing membership and subscriptions. It's totally amazing, totally unexpectedly and amazing. I need to recover more. And otherwise that is building some maybe 20% faster now. How much is this swapping to death now? Not yet. Yeah, thank you for tuning in. Thank you for all the super things, the subscribes, the shares, likes, and the subscribes. I hope you enjoyed this, learned something, and don't delay and try T2 Linux someday. Our release is coming. Theoretically, it needs more testing. I hope we can outsource the testing. Who of you volunteers for testing PowerPC? Oh, we didn't even build Deck Alpha, did we? You know what? Maybe just to test system stability, maybe I do you all a favor. And build. What did we build last time? Oh, last time we built pure MIP64. I could actually test system stability and also build. I could also build. Hear me out. Alpha in MIP64. All right, now we're busy building though. Yeah, and do that overnight. Now that we reduce, what is the... Yeah, it's crazy that this is also why originally I did not update to 9950X3D, because the uplift was just some 15%, and I was like, nah, 15% abali. If the build time is maybe 4 hours, and that's not even 3 hours, right? Like it's 3 hours and something. So if 3.2 of things, yeah. Hey, but hear me out overnight. And thank you too, Gute. Best and good blessings to all of you too. Yes, thank you so much. So that's it for this live stream. Let's see how the system stability test goes overnight and how many other... The thing is, if I built Alpha and MIP64 previously, we did not build that much. I will most likely find some small things like firmware update D or LibreOffice, Firefox. Oh, Firefox doesn't take Alpha. Arctic Fox might. Things like this, maybe some FFmpeg, or what did we all access? Highway we probably need to patch for any other architecture that nobody else is building. So that's amazing. Don't forget to subscribe more for more of this to come. Let's see who we can find online to rate you to. Do we have here somewhere? Where's even my music in some other tab? Oh, here. Don't even know. Did I have another browser? Maybe too many browsers, right? How many more browsers would I have today? Can never have too many tabs, right? Is this all browsers now?
They don't fade away, we're keeping them running, come what may. Unix workstations, consoles of yore, with retro Linux, they'll live forevermore. Hackers love T to Linux.